Testing 1, 2, 3. Test broadcast. Testing podium. What's that?
conference. It's like March Madness press conference.
Is this from you? It looks like it is.
Don't say it's from.
I like it. I like that you know athletics.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I did go through all this. I mostly thought I should defer to.
And we were just discussing athletics and how, because our culture is changing, the kids and the parents, like you just
The mics are pretty hot.
so they are. What do you know?
Just in the interest of time. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
get the first one.
All right, just to get started. All right, I, Nicholas Pardue, hereby call the Board of Education special meeting to order at, is it 8:05? I see no clock.
We'll go 8:10.
8:10 a.m.
Excuse me, 9:10.
My bad, 9:10 a.m. Please note that this meeting is both being recorded and live streamed for public viewing. I would like to welcome the community members in attendance this morning. As a reminder, governing board meetings are a business meeting of the board, held in public, and although public participation is encouraged, it is not the public's meeting. It is the duty of the board president and or the clerk of the board to maintain an orderly, respectful, and peaceful meeting where all perspectives, voices, and opinions are welcome. Please refrain from speaking while another person has the floor. We have a quorum present with all board members, with 3 board members in attendance. I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Approval of the agenda calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 3-0. Board workshop for facilities master plan. I call on Dr. Andrews.
I believe we have one public comment.
Mr. Ron Holliday.
Good morning. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. First I want to say I'm very appreciative of the relationship the school board and the school district staff has with the city of Murrieta. I'm Ron Holliday, Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Murrieta, and we're getting a lot of things done collaborating together than what it used to be back in the 90s when I first got involved with the city. So I want to say thank you to staff for that and to the board. The stuff you have before you, we just did this a month ago for the city, going through our priority setting session. It's a lot of work, so I don't envy what's ahead of you. And trying to figure out what you're going to do with a small amount of money and far more projects than you have money to complete is challenging. What's the best for the students? What's the best for the community? And there's a lot of parents out there with differing ideas depending on where their kids go to school or what you want to do. But I got to commend staff. What I've seen in the facilities master plan and the process about how to get from where we are today to where we need to be, they've done a phenomenal job putting that plan together without raising taxes at all. And I'm really, really pleased to see that. We try to do the same thing. Sometimes it's not entirely possible. We'd love that, shake that money tree in the backyard and have all the money fall out so we can get things done. But in the way our state is set up, we have to bond to build schools. We have to keep the level of funding there because it's not coming from anywhere else. If certain propositions get passed, it may even be harder in the future. So I thoroughly encourage you guys to pass this measure when it comes before you for an actual vote, and let's get our schools up to par and the new one, at least one built that I know of. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And
Thank you, Attorney.
yes, I'm sorry. Now it calls on Dr. Andrews for a workshop.
All right, thank you. I appreciate everyone who's been here. This is our first time we have held a board meeting in this facility. I'm sure at some point in time in the district it's been held other places and other sites, but this is the first time we've held it at this facility. So thank you to our team to make the arrangements for this to happen in this location, both audio, broadcasting services, and just the arrangement, the configuration. We're in a terrific location thanks to the actions taken by the board to acquire this property through a process called a certificate of participation, similar to what a mortgage would be, but the school version, to purchase this property to provide a wonderful facility for our children and a place for us to gather. This is a great example of our team doing tremendous amount of work internally without relying on others to get it done. Even down to the installation of some of the security and the arrangement of the door locks, we didn't contract that out. It was our team pulling the wire to make it happen, including some of our technicians who are here today helping us. They really are the spirit of how we get things done, both in like what we want to do, but then the physical work of pulling it together. It wasn't too long ago where I was standing here listening, talking to Mike, who's off to my left here. He's like, we're going to move the curtain and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and a tremendous vision about what could be. And that same spirit is incorporated into what we've done, as Mr. Holliday spoke, recognizing that the staff and our parents and our community and you as board members as well have been participating in this process for many months, trying to gather like what are all of our wishes and needs that we'd have. So I'm going to cover the first slide in the presentation that we're going to go to here, or actually maybe the next slide, because today is our bond workshop. It's all about our facilities master plan, what are the projects and things, and as Mr. Holliday mentioned, and we know too, as you've done your homework, there are many more projects than even this potential bond would cover. But where do we start and what are our priorities? And that's the point today. Get our priorities out there and hear from you. So these are our 4 big outcomes, things we'd like to complete today so that everyone, as we walk away, we feel like we've advanced or have some of these completed or certainly move forward so we can proceed with the process. A shared understanding of facilities, right? So that we all understand the condition of our facilities. I know all of you as board members have taken many opportunities to walk and visit campuses. I have been with you when you've asked, like Christine was terrific. You asked every principal, like, are you in support of this? What do you want to have done? I know each one of you have had those types of conversations, both with our school site leaders and parents, to hear from our community. So really it's having a good shared understanding of that and seeing what all of that looks like. You've had a chance to go through the website and see all that material. So that's a big thing, is make sure we have an understanding of our facilities. Next is the project prioritization process. This is really the first part of that today, when we have conversations at these tables, when we break up, and we get led through some activities, and we get fleshed out and go through some steps to really begin to prioritize like this project, this classroom, this shade structure, this, whatever it is, whatever those things are, and start to bring them out. What we want you as board members to know is that we're taking all that input from you, and the next couple of weeks will be formulated into a project list. We'll take that. Board members, you remain in the driver's seat to determine what that looks like. But it's great to hear the input from our community, staff members who do the work, to help structure and make that work, and then go through the process of how does that all lay out. And board members, you will have a chance and you will eventually be the ones who vote to approve that project list. So as board members, you remain in control of that process. The next part that we want to do is make sure that we have alignment in our message, meaning that as we have a common understanding of what the priorities are, how the bond works, what a bond would do to taxpayers, that you all have materials, you have common knowledge, and as a district leadership team and as a board, we have a common voice about those things. We want to make sure we have that together, so we're aligned in what that communication is. The last part of today is really understanding our financial capacity, like what does reviewing that bond capacity, what does that look like, the tax implication for our community members, for our property owners. Remember, it's not just homeowners, it's businesses as well. They pay a tax as well. All of you live in the district, that's how you're here. I live in the district too, so it's my property tax too. So how that all works. Also understand the fiscal constraints about projects, like what produces and like a state match. We're going to go through some activities around that today too. Those are the outcomes we want to have for today. We want to try and get those accomplished. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn to Darren. He's going to take us through the next part of the activity.
Mike, could you advance for me? It's not working here. Well, good morning, board. Thanks for allowing me to have a few minutes just to share with some of the partners who's made today possible. As we embark upon this work today, our goal is to be not speaking at you, but speaking with together. Our hope is to be able to be highly collaborative, to be able to work together as a team, to be able to listen to the community voice, which we've heard. I trust that you've all brought your homework in today. We're going to be diving deep into that. We're going to have some discussions about those priorities, making sure our community is heard, but certainly allowing our board members and our senior staff to have collaboration about what is needed in our schools. And I think that's going to take the majority of time. But before we get there, we're going to also get familiar with the facility master plan. And I know, Trustee Schmidt, I know you've been diving into it a little bit. I appreciate that. And so we're going to be able to do a little bit of a fun activity to get everybody in the room acclimated to the facility master plan today. Then in the afternoon, we'll come back from lunch, still do work on the priorities, but then we'll have a pretty fun activity. Mr. Parlow will lead for us as it relates to state matching dollars. When we embark on a journey as such of trying to build a facility master plan and seek a bond opportunity, it takes a team. And we really believe in the team that we've put together, and we're very thankful. So today we have with us from the DLR group, Buddy Gessel, Mene Hezeva, Brian Leonard, and Kate Vega, who will be joining us, and they'll be separated at tables when we get together, and they'll be helping facilitate the conversation. Our communication partner from Team Civics is Joey Coomer. Then from Piper Sandler, we have Rich Calabro, who is our financial advisor. And so they're all with us today to help answer questions, help facilitate the conversation. If we get to a place where they need to be able to help us get unstuck, they're here to do so. And so we just appreciate them being here, because without them, we would not be where we are today in this process. And so without further ado, I'm going to ask Joy to come over and talk a little bit about where we've come and where we are now, and we will get the day started.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board, superintendent, cabinet members, and everyone else today. Joy Coomer with Team Civics. Two things. I was told we were supposed to sit in the middle of the room. I came front and center. I was the only one, but I held my ground. Thank you. Guess they're going to fix the clicker. I wanted to talk a little bit about our journey. It started a little over a year ago when you began the facilities master plan process. I know that it was an opportunity to be very thoughtful and transparent. There was a real goal to find those values that aligned your community with the needs that were at your school. And one of the things during all of the meetings that were done, over 60 meetings were completed. We just sent this out in one of our communications. 18 school site meetings, meetings with all the principals, the focus groups, 3 town halls, and then even when the district had done all of those things, I came and I said, could we do 2 more meetings? Could we just squeeze 2 more in? And we put in 2 facility advisory committee meetings where we invited people from the city, from major organizations, groups. We asked principals to bring parents and be engaged and hear about the process and get their feedback as part of it as well, too. And it was a really great opportunity. I wanted to tell you there was one thing that I heard from some parents that came up afterwards. One gentleman told me about how they moved from Northern California. He and his family had lived in San Francisco, and they came here to Murrieta because of the schools. And they were very excited about this process, but this was the community that they chose. And we're going to look a little bit at some of the survey results in a moment just to remind ourselves, but that's reflective of this community and the values that you all share as you're thinking about this process and how you go out. The goal has always been to have your lens and the focus of the community. We've always wanted to build something that serves your community for generations to come. The facilities master plan is long-term planning, and as you'll go through the process today, you'll have this opportunity to sort of think about what does it look like in 5 years? What does it look like in 10 years? What do our schools look like in the future? Because things are always changing, and that's part of the challenge that you do. But I'm very confident because of everything that we've done so far. It is one of the most impressive things as I've worked with your district is how committed everyone is to the goal of serving the community with your schools. I'm going to go to the next. I don't have a clicker now. Oh, one back. I just wanted to put this up here because this shouldn't be taken lightly. At the top of this list, when people were asked what was their most important issue, we don't see this everywhere. I do this all over the state. 93% said maintaining the quality of education in local public schools, with a 73% saying that it was the most important issue. That's incredibly, incredibly high. We just don't see that as the number one issue all that often, and we certainly don't see it at 93%. I don't know who those other 7% are. We should go have one-on-one conversations with them. But this says a lot about the community. You can see some of the other things relate to city issues, but there at the bottom, preventing local tax increases at 67%, and then repairing and upgrading aging school facilities. I will be honest and tell you that is always at the bottom of the list because it's about buildings. People think about the roads, they think about crime, they think about maintaining quality of education. When they get to buildings, they sort of say, well, I drove by the school and it looks really nice. The lawn was mowed, the building was standing, everything looked really good, kids were playing. So they don't always make the connection about the needs inside the schools and how those buildings educate the children and develop the outcomes of their number one issue, maintaining the quality of education in local public schools. And that's part of the conversation that we continue to have today with your community as we're going through this process. How do those two things relate together? And we'll keep doing. The other thing I wanted to say throughout the survey is that one of the most important issues that we saw consistently when people were asked about things that were important to them, basic repairs, repairing roofs, plumbing, electrical, career tech. And really that's not surprising when we consider your community as a whole. When we look at who lives and has made Murrieta their home, it seems really a natural connection to me that that would be part of the number one issue. The other thing was transparent system of accountability. And I want to say that this whole process has been all about that. It has been about a transparent system of accountability. The outreach that we have done, the surveys that we have completed, the communications that we have done about maintaining the existing tax rate and trying to build something that will serve the community. I also wanted to share this because we also don't see this very often. This is the yes vote across all the trustee areas and across homeowners and those who don't own homes or apartments. You can see when people were informed about the potential measure and the projects that were done, and they were explained that it was a no tax rate increase or maintaining the current tax rate, not raising taxes, but keeping it where it was, that every single area we saw over 70% yes. And even amongst homeowners, 73.8% yes. This says to me that the community is wholly behind it. Again, there will always be people who it's just a no for. That's always going to exist, and we'll do our best to communicate with them. But you almost never see 70% across the board like that. I just think it's really worth noting. So as you think about your projects today and you go through the process, I think it's helpful to know that the community is back there saying, yes, we think this is important too, and we will support you if you continue in this direction. So one more thing that we did, because no communication is too small, and apologies, this data is a little bit old because we had to print this before, and we did actually see a lot of new engagement over the weekend with our survey. We did send out a communication mailer to all households in Murrieta, and then we also communicated with all parents in the district. And this way, it didn't matter whether you were a registered voter or not, you had an opportunity to provide feedback and share some comments about the projects. We directed them to the facilities master plan worksite, and then we had a survey that people could complete online. And these are just the results of that survey. The blue bar indicates people who said it was high priority for them for things to do, the yellow bar being, not as high. And then on the far right, you can see how many people had taken the survey where actually had children. So you can see that there are actually a lot of people who don't have children in the district who took the survey as well. At the top of the list, again, those basic repairs, upgrading older schools so they meet changing health and building safety codes, repairing and replacing HVAC, and providing modern labs and career technical education. So very consistent responses there that we saw to the voter survey that was completed by True North Research. We also let people write in comments, and those comments just in basic review. Again, you always get a mix. There are some people that it will always be a no for, but the majority of the comments were really positive. I would say over 2/3 of the comments were very positive. People asking the district to continue moving forward, that they appreciated the thoughtfulness of it, and even commenting on some different projects that they were interested in. So it's still open, this community survey. People are allowed to take it all the way up until the board votes, and we'll continue to monitor it and push it out. But it's just another way that anybody in the community can engage, and we can respond back to them. So it's been a really interesting and I think helpful part of the process. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move from this more formal meeting into some table groups so we can really get into the workshop portion of it. Ground rules for us, I think, as we get into the group projects is we want this to be authentic. We recognize, and when we talk about ideas around the table today, that they're backed in the principle of moving this district forward and being able what we need to have for long term. And so I got to believe through this collaboration today, there's going to be some great discussion. I got to believe there's some disagreement that's going to happen. And I think that's going to be the best part about it, is being able to have these tough conversations, because we are going to be doing some of that. But before we get started, I would like to invite the board to get away from our makeshift dais. Elementary school is going to be over here, and so you can see up on the board, if you're part of the elementary school group, we're going to be over here at this table. Our middle school group, I think, is back here. And then we'll have our high school group over here. And so if you could take a second, board members, you can grab your placard and carry it over to your table. Senior staff, if we can go ahead and take position around the appropriate tables. I'll ask that Buddy Gessel from DLR will come up and lead us through the next exercise. John, can I move through there? Good morning. How are you? you're asking the question and someone's going to answer, you can kind of go back and you kind of demonstrate.
After the groups do it individually, yeah. Okay, sure.
If you want that.
Okay, all right. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, it's working, yeah. Is it? Yeah, we'll get on there. Okay, got it. All right, good morning. He's going to pull it up. Okay, perfect. All right, good morning. So, as Darren mentioned, we have a fun activity planned to get you all familiar with the digital online master plan. So as they're pulling up the live master plan, if you could go to mvusdplan.org, you'll all need access to that. And what we have planned here is a fun scavenger hunt. And so I had introduced last month a preview of the website, and we threw a ton of information at you. And since then, the website's gone live, so it's wide open for public access. But the reason this activity is important is it'll create a full understanding of the information that's on the master plan website, and this exercise will ensure that we're all working from the same information as we move into prioritization of the long-range planning conversations. And so the website itself, before I jump into the activity, the website itself is broken up into 3 parts. The first is the About page, which it has the video, and it has what the master plan is and what process we've gone through as well. And then there's 2 major pieces of the master plan online. That's okay. So the first part, as you're all pulling it up, you'll notice there are 3 tabs across the top right. There's the About, there's a Summary tab, and there's a Find My School tab. So the Summary tab will have all the data of the district, everything from enrollment, there we go. Perfect. So in the Summary tab, yeah, okay, so on the Summary tab, there's everything from the results of the survey that we reviewed last month. There's priority scores and the results of what students are saying, what the community is saying. It has capacity and utilization of all your campuses. It has a summary of your deferred maintenance costs per campus by year and as you move through those as well. And you can expand each of those tabs out to see what's required in those as well. So there'll be a summary of different deferred maintenance projects, if it's HVAC, if it's paving, if it's landscape projects as well. There's student demographics. as far as socioeconomic disadvantaged students, English learners, and such, so you can drill into that information to learn more about your students and the needs that the students have at each of your campuses. Within this also are enrollment trends. So what's the projected enrollment for this year, next year, but what is it for 10 years out? So you can get a snapshot of enrollment trends district-wide, as well as enrollment trends campus by campus below this bar chart. This next portion in the summary page is the state matching funds. So this gives you a snapshot of what funds are available at which campus, and then down below it tells you what years that funding eligibility becomes available as well, campus by campus. And this will be important for upcoming session that we have. So, all right. This next section gets into space inventory. So it inventories all your space, everything from administration space to classrooms to gyms, libraries, and such. And that scrolls down and over. There's a ton of information in there. And then this next portion gets into your probable costs. So not only those needs and the deferred maintenance items, but all the wants that we heard from all of the great community sessions that we had. They're all documented in here, campus by campus. They're categorized per the items across the top and as they're labeled in that circular chart as well. And they're broken down at a summary level of elementary, middle, and high school, but then you can expand each of those out and see the projects listed by campus, and then you can expand each campus out to see the subcategories as well. All right. So that's the summary page. A question, sure. The administration would be your office area. It might include some of the other offices that you have around campus as well for administration uses. So 100% utilization that's correct. The administration spaces as we observe them were 100% utilized. There were some cases where maybe they needed additional office space for student services and support services. Okay, the next tab that we'll take a look at is the Find My School. So within this, it starts with a map of your district. You can roll over any of the school campuses and the boundary of that school will pop up. There's also an alphabetized list below, sorted by elementary, middle, and high school. But you can click on any one of these schools and it'll pull up project specifics for it. So the tabs across the top, first it comes to the master plan slide, it defaults to that. So these are all of the ideas and all the input that we receive from the community meetings, from the site meetings, from the facility stakeholder meetings as well. There's a legend below this that categorizes the types of projects, if it's new construction, if it's modernization, and such, if it's a site project, site fencing, and then there's a legend that identifies which buildings are which. And then if we go back up, the second tab is the scenario builder. This one we'll be using later in the day as well. This one takes all your projects that have been identified for this campus, and there's a lot of need here. And so what this lets you do is run scenarios. So you can click on a project and you'll see that the dollar amount changes. If you hold the control key down, you can select additional projects. You can expand each of the main projects out. If you hit the plus sign, it'll show you the sub projects, and you can control and add those projects on as well. And the interesting piece with that is it can build out scenarios. So just click on a couple of those, Jose. So as you click on each of the projects, it'll start to build out the cost of that project. So, as you click through those or unclick them, the dollar amount's changing in that bottom right box, and it shows you the total project cost. Now that includes not only construction costs, but your soft cost and escalation. The sliders above the top of the project list can flex. So you can change the start of construction to start sooner versus later. You can flex escalation as market conditions change, and then you can adjust your contingency as well. And you can see the numbers adjust in real time as you utilize the scenario builder to build out which projects you want to look at a certain campus. Any questions on the website? All right, so what we want to do now is introduce the activity, and this will allow you all to take a deep dive and get familiar with the website. And we're basically going to do a scavenger hunt. And so it'll be broken up into two parts. The first part will focus on the My School dashboard, this last one that we looked at. And there'll be a series of questions on this paper here, if you have those. So go ahead and grab that. And so what you'll do is you'll run through these items. You'll go and find that information and record that down. If you need help or assistance, there's a facilitator at each table. If you get stuck, it's okay. And then the second part of this will focus on the summary page exploration. And so we'll dive into all that data that's collected and recorded on the master plan. But again, the whole point of this exercise is to not only take a deep dive into all of the data, but to get you familiar with the website so that when we move into the prioritization conversations later in the afternoon, you'll be able to use this website as a tool, and you'll be able to access all that information that's been collected and developed over the last several months. At the end, we will share out a little bit of what we learned and get some feedback. So we'll take about 15 or 20 minutes to run through the couple of activities and questions before we do that. So the idea is to do it individually. So you'll run through that individually. You can actually select any school that you want. You all don't have to do the same school. It's best that you probably select different ones. So that'll work best for that. Any other questions before we get started? Good. All right. almost, they need like one or two more minutes. It's okay. There's always that one. All right. Let's go ahead and reconvene and share out a little bit here. I'm going to call on a few of you. I won't go over every single question, but let's share out maybe this first table here over to the right. If one of you would like to share out what campus and what the 2026 enrollment shown for your school is.
School site, but I had selected a Baja, and I'm not going to use that, but here it is. Projected enrollment?
The current enrollment, yeah.
630 students.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, moving to the back table. How about, what's the design capacity of your school that you selected? $14.99 for McElhaney. Thank you. Yeah, you get to choose. All right. Maybe this back table over here on the student need tab, what percentage of the school is socioeconomic disadvantage? 62%. 62% for Mesa. Thank you. All right. Maybe we'll run through the summary page and do one for each table as well. So starting with table 1 over here, what's the total square footage for Murrieta Valley High School? Total classroom space, correct? Yeah. All right, table 2. Which school facility has utilization over 100%? Perfect, thank you. All right, and the last one back here for table 3. What's the estimated construction cost at Antelope Hills for the 3 additional classrooms in 27 with estimated construction cost? What would the estimated construction cost be for that project? For Antelope Hills, correct. Item 10. $3 million?
Yeah.
1.2.
Let's see.
66,000.
There it is. So total cost, $4.95 million for that project. All right. Right. One year, yeah. There we go, 4.2 million. Construction cost at 3 million. Okay, so a couple questions to the group. Maybe we can get some of you guys to respond. Did you find that the information provided in the online digital master plan to be useful? Yes, got some head nods. Excellent. Yes, yes. By a show of hands, how many found it easy to navigate and find the information? So, some yeses, some 7 out of 10. Maybe once you get familiar with it. Yeah. Anyone want to share anything that surprised you on the website? Something that surprised you, some data.
I think the one useful piece is just the over time increase in costs. I think when you see like annual bill for a classroom, 4.2, you wait 10 years, it goes to 6 million. I think we all see that happen in the economy, so I think it's something that's important for us.
So being able to see that real-time impact of what waiting means to the cost of a project. Yeah. What else? Anyone else want to share anything that surprised you with all the data? All right.
All right, we're going to shift gears real fast, but before we do, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. It's 10:15. We're going to be back at 10:30. So restrooms are on the other side of this wall. There's 2 restrooms. If you go out this door and back into this, right on the other side of this wall, restrooms are in the back of the building. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Refresh your coffee, use the facilities, whatever you need. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
All right, guys. So the next activity we're going to spend, you'll have plenty of time to talk at your tables, I promise. The next part of the activity, we're going to spend some time doing some project evaluation, actually going through the details. So now that you're familiar with the facility master plan, we're going to go through all of the projects. So we have our table over here, which will be our high school group. We have our middle school group, which you guys will go to the middle schools, and then our elementary group will break you into two like subgroups, so an A and a B, to get through all the elementary projects. But the goal of this is talk about that homework you did. So everyone got their packet where you went through the projects into that kind of that forced ranking by category. And so now we're going to drill down from that and look at it on an actual project by project basis. Where do our priorities fall? And so the goal of this activity is to take the community information we have, so community want, and then the district needs, and kind of match those up. And so our goal is to end up at the end of the day with a rating scale that drives us into kind of a scattergram. So we'll plot the want and the need, and we'll come up with our 4 quadrants. And so we'll have our like high want, high need in the top right. Those are projects that are kind of in that pursue category. We'll have projects that are high want but low need, and maybe those are the prioritized ones. We'll have high need, low want, and those are the ones maybe we recognize. And then we may end up with some in that low need, low want, which would be those are the projects we should probably avoid as we start prioritizing projects here. So we already have that community want, that X. So we're going to be working on the other axis, that need axis. And so that's the goal of this activity. So you're taking the homework that you already did, that your packets that you have, and we're going to go through at each table. If I could go backwards, that would be fantastic. Anyways, we're going to go through that. But before we do that, I want you guys at your tables to talk about when you went through that activity and you did that kind of that forced ranking on your own, what were the things that you saw as potential blind spots, like either for you personally or projects you didn't see on the list? And what were those things you saw that were like, hey, this is a must-have project in there? And just so as a group, I want you guys to kind of build, not everybody knows every single campus, off the top of their head. And so talk about like where was your focus, where were your blind spots when you were looking through this? Maybe you don't know what the elementary campus, needs are in a TK classroom because you haven't been in one in a while. But let's talk about where that where those blind spots and where those like areas of focus were for you as you went through that first activity. So spend a few minutes at your table having that conversation, kind of share out where you were as you did that prioritization on your own. So you should all have your packets, which I don't have one up here. If someone could hold it up. Thank you, John. And so have that conversation at your table. I'll bring you back in like 5 or so minutes and then we'll keep going. But I want you guys to have that base conversation about where are your blind spots and where were your like areas of focus, areas of emphasis. So go. All right, guys. I feel like you guys have already got ahead to the next part of the conversation, so let's just come back real quick for a second and send you on your way so you can have more conversation, because I hear a lot of really good things as I walk around. All right. What did you guys hear? What was kind of the tenor of the conversation? If you want, just a couple quick share outs from each table. Loud, middle school table, louder in the back. Yes, a lot of variance. All right, high school table. What was the conversation? All right, Jose, what's the conversation? Bring us in. What was the conversation you guys were? Sorry to interrupt it, but what was the conversation, you guys? You guys are getting ahead. Awesome. Those are good. You guys are getting way ahead of my activity, but that's good. At high school, I would expect that. Elementary, what was the conversation over here? I think the one thing that was consistent at every single table is that we heard things that maybe the community wouldn't necessarily see. So when you start talking about walls inside a building, when you talk about shade needs and where kids need to go during the day, when you talk about where the different schools are, the community's perspective is going to be what they see on the outside. So the goal of this activity is really those conversations. So you guys are perfectly on task with the conversation about what are those things that may not be on the want side of things, but on the need. So perfectly on task with what we're trying to get at. As we move into the next phase, we're going to start drilling down. So we started big picture. Some of you guys got a little bit ahead, but that's okay. Every team captain has a white sheet. I think, Joe, do you have your white sheet? If you want to hold it up. A white sheet like this. I think Ryan has it, and Jen has it over at the back table. So the next part of this conversation, I'll give you guys plenty of time to do this. The goal is to work through the sites that you guys have assigned. And so look at the projects that are listed there and start putting those projects by school site into a forced ranking. And so have that conversation. They are broad categories. They're not specific projects. It talks about like teaching and learning spaces, NPR, it talks about student drop-off, that kind of stuff, and start putting the conversation that you're supposed to have is putting those into a forced ranking by school site. So you're not putting all of them into a forced ranking yet, just by school site, go school site by school site, what is the highest need at those school sites? Use all the tools you have at your disposal, which would include the facility master plan, the specific projects that are in there. Include on that forced ranking, so the deliverable we want at the end of the day is a forced ranking off that one sheet and your notes of why you gave it that ranking. So like, this is number one for us because such and such. This is number two because the student drop-off loop at wherever is horrible and that needs to be fixed first. So go through each school, forced ranking by school site. So I'll give you guys like 20 minutes and we'll kind of see where you're at, but the goal is to go forced ranking by school site in those overarching categories, but in the notes you can be as specific as possible, like this one is the highest need over this other one because of X or Y. So spend some time as a table working on that. Elementary, I think you guys have already been split into two little groups, so you're good. And then everyone else just work as a table team to come up with that forced ranking by for each school site. So depending on the number of projects, you should have 1 through 6 or 5 or 4, whatever the number is, by school site. All right, go. Together for just a second, and I will let you go again, I promise. So the next part of the activity, if you haven't finished the forced ranking, please go back and finish it after I let you guys go, but I know some of the table's already done, so we're gonna pause for a second and go on to the next piece. Your table, you guys should each have a set of these like blue charts with the data. And so now we're gonna go in, and the assignment is at your table to give an assigned ranking for the need. So there's the two columns on the right, there's a column for ranking and a column for notes. And so this drills into the detail of those projects. So what you worked on before was like the high level categories of all the projects. These are actually all the listed projects here for you with the total cost and everything. So the next part of this activity, I want you guys to go through and assign a need ranking. So don't necessarily just copy what the community said, because we're gonna match up, if you remember where'd it go? We're going to match up the community want with the district need, right? So the goal is to have a scattergram, X and Y, with these rankings. So go through each school site and go through the list of projects, and you're going to give them a ranking from 1 to 5, 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. I would challenge you guys, not everything should be a 5. Not everything can be the highest priority. And so I would challenge you guys to not use the same ranking over. So don't use it twice. So if you assign something a 4.5, maybe the next one's a 4.4 or 4.6. So use your judgment in terms of the scale, so you could flex up and down with whatever the priority is. But not everything should be a 5, not everything should be a 1. There should be some give and take, and use your forced ranking from those categories to help drive that conversation forward. When you guys are done with that, we're going to come back together, and you guys are going to share out like the top 3 to 4 projects, and then the projects you think have the most visibility in the community. So your top 3 or 4, and then what are the most visible projects as you went through them. So that's what we'll do when we come back, and so we'll have some time before lunch, and then it'll be lunchtime. When we come back from lunch, I'm going to take your rankings and map them onto the community rankings, so we can build those scattergrams so you guys can see the list of where everything landed in those 4 quadrants that we're trying to get to. So the goal is take your blue charts and rank every single project 1 through 5. 5 again is the highest, 1 is the lowest. You go out to 2 decimal points, and I would challenge you guys not to use the same ranking twice. So we will give you plenty of time to work on this, but the goal is at the end, I need the blue sheets back from you guys so I can enter them in over lunch. So make sure you get through all of them if you can. Oh, okay. I'll just take it down. Yeah.
how that
goes into, I know there was a lot of really intense conversation at tables. It's funny, even when you're here, like I went into the restroom and you see the little toilet or the paper towel dispenser, it's down on the ground. 'Cause there's so many, so I get how hard it is to prioritize that against all these other things. You walk around the hallways, you see the kids napping and all the cute stuff. What's that? I didn't use that one. But if we could get one of those napping pads for me later this afternoon, I'd appreciate that. So anyways, so I appreciate all the effort that went into that. We'll take some time now. I took all of your data and I punched it in to make that scattergram. So I'll show that in a second. But before I do that, because I think it will gear for good conversations, we're going to have each group share out your top 3. And so as you're listening to the other groups share out their top 3, if you're not sharing, I want you to be listening and thinking of things you didn't hear when that team was sharing their top 3. So if you're a high school team and you hear Tovashaw share, or the elementary team sharing something about Tovashaw, you're like, hey, what the heck about Avaha, or whatever that is. We'll have time to share that afterwards. So as you're hearing and listening to other conversations, think about what you're not hearing when the teams are sharing their top 3. So we'll start with elementary over here. If you guys, and there's 2 elementary groups, so when you think of which projects, I apologize, they're being split up, but elementary group A can start, and then we'll go around the room. So pick someone on your team to share, and just share your top 3. And if you could use the microphone, that way we can capture it, that would be fantastic.
Okay, so we were one of the elementary groups. We had E.L. Kern, Avaha, Alta, Antelope, and Buchanan, and Cole. So of those, our top 3, we landed on, it was building renovation and modernization to E.L. Kern. We also had Avaha Elementary portable replacement, and also Avaha Elementary new NPR and food service. Those were our top 3.
Perfect.
And we were the other half of elementary. We had Lisa J. Males, Monta Vista, Murrieta L, Rail Ranch, and Tovashaw. And we landed at our top 3 projects, one being Rail Ranch, new TKK classroom building. Also, Rail Ranch as our second project, the parking and drop-off improvements. And then our third, at Lisa J. Males, the site improvements to campus-wide field shading, accessibility, and landscaping.
Perfect. Shift over to middle school.
For middle school, we came up with actually the same. It's the modernization and renovation of the existing buildings for Thompson, Chevala, and Warm Springs.
All right. High school. Awesome. All right, from the rest of the group, what are the things you did or didn't hear as we were sharing out? What are the things that you expected to hear maybe at the high school or the elementary or the middle school that you did not hear as you sit and listen?
I have a question.
Sure.
Middle school question for a middle school squad. Because the talk you said classrooms modernization. Did you reference or have somewhere in that priority list the gymnasiums at Chevala and Thompson?
That was our next. Our priority were the teaching spaces. So we wanted to make sure that we have what we need in our teaching spaces, and then after that, our next one was for the renovation for Chevala and Thompson for their gyms.
Okay. Don't forget, I know you know this. Gyms are teaching spaces too. So I was just curious, like if that was anywhere in the process. That was my clarifying question. Thank you.
Anybody else have strong feedback like Ward had for? Just kidding.
I think I brought it up. I'm curious about the ability to discuss thinking outside the box a little bit with regards to the footprint at MD Thompson and MCA. Because
think it's all part of it. We're talking about a long-range facility master plan, right? So it should be all part of the conversation, especially as if we endeavor down the path of bonds and issuing, taxes and all that stuff. It's definitely part of the conversation. So any other thought? Thanks for sharing, Nick. Any other thoughts on that or the middle school gymnasiums from anybody else or anything else that didn't get shared? I think those are all excellent points. And it's a great point that, yes, we worked off a list, but there are things that maybe didn't make the list or other ideas that still are out there when it comes to developing a project list. Anything else? It's after lunch, guys. Come on. Nothing? Okay. Well, let's talk about the next step. So with the data we had, I took the community ratings, so the overall community ranking, and then I added in the rankings that you guys gave at your tables for each of those projects to come up with our scattergram of where all the projects land. And this is very useful to see a bunch of dots on a paper, right? So we'll move right along from the scattergram. But that was the goal, right? So let's find out what's in those top quadrants. So from this data then we took the average, so what was right in the middle in terms of need and what was right in the middle in terms of want, and we came up with our 4 quadrants. So it was about a 3.29 and a 3.42. So right around 3.5 was the quadrant mark. So you can see this top right-hand portion were kind of the high need, high want. This next section over here would have been the high want, low need. Bottom right down here would end up with our high need, low want, and then this bottom area would be the low, low. So let's go through the list a little bit. Based on what we heard about how we prioritize projects, what were our top 3, because I know the data is not perfect. Let's take a look at the list and see what shakes out at the top, and then let's have a little bit of further discussion on what may or may not have made it to the list that we think for here. So this is sorted by the highest community ranking and the highest ranking we gave at the table. So this is the top, 12 or so projects. Let's take a look at that. Is that big enough that you guys can see off the little screens? In total, this category for this high is almost $1 billion in terms of construction costs today. So definitely some further prioritization work that will need to happen. But this is kind of how it shook out at the top. Is there anything on here that is shocking to the team? Or expected? What did go?
The MCA CT classroom, I understand it's needed, but jump over every other project, I just see it.
Yep.
The one that stands out to me is on this these probably some of the other ones that stands out to me.
If I can clarify from on this, because we had to say, currently Monica is putting a lot of band-aids on issues that they need some long-term fixes for, with roof leaks, HVAC, stuff like that. And so I'm guessing that that's also a modernization.
Anything else? Anything else you guys think is like completely on point when we look at this list? McElhaney is on point or is it a miss? Is it on point or is it miss? Okay, sounds good. Yep, perfect. All right, so now that you've heard from each group what the top 3 projects were, you see on the list what ended up, in the numbers shaking out to the top 3 projects. Isn't necessarily going to be the list, but what are the kind of the common themes you see throughout or you heard throughout in terms of projects? Like, is there a thread? Is there a commonality to any of this stuff, or is it all just kind of a hodgepodge of random projects? What was that? Classrooms? Modernization? Yep, I see that too. Anything else? No? Okay. So the other data point I wanted to spend some time going through is the areas where there is a kind of a mismatch. So either the community rated it higher or re-rated it higher in terms of want versus need. So this next grouping is our list of high want, so things that the community ranked on the higher end, but then when you guys did your activity here, they end up being on the lower half. And so this is where I would say that we start to see the divergence of opinions on these next two lists. And so some of these could be some high-ranked projects, but it's the community may have ranked it higher than the work you guys did ranked it in terms of the list. And I'm going to ask the same questions, like what are the things you see? What are the common threads as you look through this?
Parking drop-off.
Parking drop-off?
It does, especially coming from parents and neighbors.
Yep. Solar power panels aren't exciting, I get that. Yeah, it looks like solar panels look like a bottom of the barrel here.
Solar panels were on all these, yeah. Well, they're not showing up on that, because these are the lowest ranked projects.
How much money
Anything else?
solar panels would save us on energy bill?
Okay. So this would be the opposite way, right? So these are projects now on this list where we in this activity rank them much higher than the community rank. So on the bottom half of the community's priorities, but on the top half of our needs. And so same exercise here, take a look. What are the threads you see through here? And to be clear, even though they're on the bottom half of the community's ranking, some of them are still ranked pretty high. And so want to be.
But again, when they did the science, it said science/CTE. And then they said classrooms on a separate thing. So it's all determined in like. It said science/CTE. And then there's a separate one for classroom renovations. So the classroom renovation is showing up on number 2.
Yeah.
But not on number 3.
This is on the lower half of the community, so lower half of community, higher half for the work we just did.
Hey James.
So these are ones we rank.
So one thing, so like on the number 33 says high school renovate and expand admin. I think in general, like the idea of putting money into administrative offices doesn't make sense probably to any of us, right? But when we discuss Murrieta Valley, for example, in order for the entire project to over time occur, that has to happen because it has to put the administrative office back to the front of the school that then sets up how you can expand the rest of it. So it's almost like a starting point. So for 20 schools, that doesn't make sense, but for that one, it almost has to structurally.
Perfect. That's good. Yeah. Anything else like that? That's a perfect observation in terms of like when you look at the data and you think of someone just rating it, just at its face, and then you talk about phasing it and how it affects everything else. There's definitely some knock-on effects and whatnot. Anything else in the group?
Because you built that, but then you don't have to put money into NPR because it would take place right there. It's like,
Yeah.
All right, the
it's
last
a smaller cost than
one
building
to
an
look
entire
through
NPR.
here is the low. So these were the ones that came up on the bottom half for the community, bottom half for the work we did today. And I will make it a little bit bigger so you can actually read it.
Mostly used to walk to school.
But again, the student NPR is not going to cost a lot of money.
Elementary.
It's already, you essentially just say, there it is.
I don't remember ever being dropped off at school through my whole K through. We walked or took a bus. I know the busing has gotten more problematic.
Yeah.
You didn't really have many parents dropping off kids unless it was pouring down rain.
Well, that's what they've said about like a Baja. that was never meant to be like a drive your kid to school. That was a walk your kid to school.
Right.
But now the dynamics of the community change, and so now
Right.
that's why the parking lot doesn't even.
Yeah.
There's
Like-
Come on. Come on.
All right.
That's-
What's,
yeah, that's a
any
problem.
themes? Anything that's shocking? What's the pulse on this low list? Yeah, I see a lot of modernization and solar panels again. Yep. Oh, there.
One thing to play off of what Ryan was sharing is if in fact we did do something with Murrieta Valley administrative offices, one of the plans was taking that administrative office and turning it into a multi-purpose room slash, a portion there to have a different space. So if that happened, that now makes sense. We'd probably do it for a nominal cost to create an additional space for students.
Perfect. Yeah, it's funny when you start piecing out the projects. Like every move we make, our campuses are set spaces, right? So it starts affecting everything else. Yep.
Maybe a question for Jose, but solar's up there as a theme. What is the typical deferred maintenance on solar replacement cycle if it wasn't captured here?
So solar, we typically get 25 years is our warranty on solar panels. Most of the solar in the district was done through Prop 39. There was a special incentive of energy bonds. It unfortunately had the same proposition number as Prop 39 bond audits, but different proposition 39. And so there was I can't remember, clean energy something project. And that's what we used to do a lot of our solar. That's why it all got done at a lot of the same time, and that's why it's all coming up in the modernization plan as needing to be replaced in the 25-year cycle over the next 10 to 15 years. So we have warranties that go 25 years. I think most of them were done in the last 10 or 15. So we have 10 more-ish years on them, and then it'll be time for either a replacement or doing something different with them. Good question. And that's something too where it's like maybe we don't prioritize if we see the writing on the wall for something similar like that coming down. Maybe we don't prioritize bond dollars towards something like that, but it's some other funding source that allows us to do something that maybe isn't a high priority, but we have specialized funding to do it. So.
What project on here then is the Buchanan, the new classroom, the new classroom would not. But with the amount of portables that are at Buchanan, it's probably beneficial to replace those portables with new classrooms. I would think that would be higher on this, especially if we get modernization money out of the state.
You're jumping ahead to the next activity, but yes. All right, I'm going to release you guys back to your white sheets. So your white, and I think you guys all still have them. If you guys could just go finish the force ranking, all your notes, and make sure they're notes that we can pick up and read, so when we come back to this, we can capture all the data. When I walked around and was looking at all these sheets, I noticed there's notes missing. So spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Let's have conversations about all this data you just saw, and then help, if you change any of your force rankings, make those changes, and make sure you capture notes from your team for your schools presented based on everything you heard today, and then we'll come back one more time. So 10-ish minutes, 5-10 minutes.
All right, so Mesa, we have their top one is welding. Then we have kind of athletics, weight room expansion, sped expansion, roofing, but we know we're not really going beyond those first two priorities. It goes 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but essentially we've just listed that 6 and 5, and the other ones are to be determined later because it's not a priority. Plus, you don't have the additional money coming in until 2032 with their projects, so you're not going to get the additional state funding. When we look at Murrieta Valley, we have essentially a tie. We have the 700 classrooms and the 700 wing. We have those as two number one items, but we just went science classrooms 700 wing 6, 2 priorities. Then we have the admin building to the front. as 5, and then the new lighting and such fields as 4. So we've identified those 4 as like, that's what we'd start with, but we know that 4th item with athletics could expand, but that would be probably a longer time tail.
All right, have you guys captured all your notes there? We're good to go? Everyone's good? Any further comments about this prioritization? What comes first, what comes next? Any other things worth sharing? We'll just do a quick shout out for each group. High school, did you guys make any adjustments or just documenting notes?
No adjustments.
Middle schools, any changes, any enlightening moments? It's all good? You're all tired from lunch? Good. Elementary, anything new or exciting in elementary land? Okay, awesome. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit and spend some time talking about bond finance. So I think as we talk about projects, we went through the list of the high need, high want. That list was very extensive and came with a very big price tag. And so I think it's important to talk about the prioritization and what can't be on the list or on the first list or at the highest level. But all of it needs to be grounded in reality of what we can actually accomplish if we were to pass a bond. So I want to spend some time making sure there's a high level of comfort with what the bond we pulled would look like, and answer any questions that may be out there in terms of the structure or anything like that may be percolating. So as a basis, this is every single Riverside County School District GO bond tax rate for the current fiscal year. I thought it'd be good to provide some overarching context of where taxes are in the county. So you see Murrieta Valley, we're at the green bar, greenish bar, yellowish bar, in the middle-ish. The thing that's not reflected in the 25-26 list here is the chart at the bottom right corner. So in 2024 was an election year, and we had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, a dozen or so school districts that passed bond measures and got new authorizations. And so those are there. If they have an asterisk next to them, there is no issuance included in their tax rate currently. So if you look at Palm Springs, they authorized a new measure in, I think this was actually in the summer of 24, for $465 million, and that would increase their tax rate, it looks like, by about $40. That was the pledge they gave. And so the Palm Springs tax rate that's shown in the bar is missing that extra $40 because they haven't issued any bonds yet on that new authorization. So Palm Springs rate could theoretically go from, is that 60.71 up to like 100.71 would be their new max rate theoretically. So good context. I think as a community, we like to be on the lower end. We don't like to be on the higher end. And just kind of give you context of here's where everybody else is at, I guess. The other thing I do want to point out is in Murrieta, we have issued, since 1998, we've had 4 tax measures. Each one has had its own tax rate that came with it, a promise to the voters. So in 1998, we had a bond measure. The rate at that time was promised was over $130. We had a second one in 2002, and that was another tax rate extension, so we promised to keep it at 102, and so we could live below that. We had another one in 2006, and that was another tax rate extension, and then we had Measure BB, which we promised a $25 rate on that one. So if you add up the potential maximum rates for those 4 bonds that have existed, and could potentially still exist if we hadn't paid them off, we would be at a $253 max tax rate. But because of assessed values increasing, because of paying off debt and structuring them in a way with lower rates, we got them paid off early, and so that's how we live in this rate that we have today of 86.45. And so theoretically, the tax rate, if you took the 4 previous bond measures and added them up, we'd be 253, and we are much lower than that at 86.45. Yes.
Maybe restate a little bit for me. Are you saying that this rate is lower than it's been historically?
Yeah, so when we look back the last 30 years or so, our highest rate we've ever had, our highest tax rate we've ever had is 137 and some change. In 2023, our tax rate was 119.55, I believe. So $119.55 per 100,000. And we're now lower than that at 86.45. So it's a 30-something% reduction in our tax rate just in the last couple years. And again, that's due to when we plan out a tax measure, we have assumptions that are built into that, right? Assessed value growth, we have interest rate assumptions, we have the schedule, it's all built into how that tax rate gets built. All those different pieces, right? And so with that, when we exceed those, because we have always taken a conservative approach, even before I was here, there was a conservative approach taken to those. And when we exceed those, we end up lowering the tax rate or paying taxes off early. And that's what Murrieta has been able to do in the last few years. And so we are at a lower rate today than we have been in many years, since prior to BB, I would say. So, and again, this is tax rate. So when we talk about bonds, we talk in tax rate, because tax rate is the percentage that gets applied to per $100,000 of assessed value. And so each individual property owner's situation is different, but the tax rate, the goal is to maintain this 86.45 tax rate. So let's dive into that a little bit further, maybe. So here's the aggregate property tax rates by measure. So it goes back to 2024. That's when Measure D expired. That's that 119.55 we're just talking about. You can see all 4 measures are on there. So each bar, each color represents a different tax measure in the past. And then the blue bar, it would be a potential new measure. So 2024 is the last year that shows all 4 active bonds, because Measure D expired and was completely paid off in 2024. And then going forward in 2025, we had that 86.45 rate. We actually kept that same rate in 2026, and then we're projecting to keep it flat. And that's how we pulled the tax rate extension. So this new bond would be that light blue bar at the top, and you can see it eats into, or starts eating up a portion of that tax rate, and it grows until we get into 2033 when Measure E expires, and then the tax rate gets much bigger. So it does kind of backload some of the bonds to ease into it, but then you can see our tax rate actually drops, or will be projected to drop, from 86.45 to 71.16, and then once Measure BB eventually expires, it would max out at that $60 rate. And this is assuming, I think, a 4% assessed value growth rate. So if we're ever higher than a 4% assessed value growth rate, the tax rate could fluctuate, and it would fluctuate down if we beat that assessed value target. Our average assessed value growth rate in the last 20 years, which includes the recession years, was 4.29%. So 4% is a reasonable number for assessed value growth that's being used. Questions, comments? Correct. So even with the tax rate extension, because the tax rate extension puts the cap at 86.45, so in the first few years our tax rate will push up to that 86.45 and use the cap that exists. In 2033, the tax rate drops by more than $60, and $60 is the maximum tax rate we could ever have. And so Measure BB plus the $60 puts us at that $71 rate. Because the drop is more than $60, our tax rate would drop by. And it's because the expiration of those 2 other, Measure K and Measure E, falling off makes that much more available in that out year. Questions? Concerns? Everyone can explain this. Write a several-page essay on it. Eleanor? But is there a comfort level with this strategy that this is what was pulled, was this concept of a tax rate extension?
So is that clear, especially for trustees, right? Like, even with the light blue bond added on, the tax rate stays flat, and it actually comes down again if no new additional bond comes in 2034, the tax rate. So what is remarkable about this opportunity is that we are able to go out for a bond at the maximum amount of $6 per 100,000, and the tax rate stays flat. So property owners, all properties, not just homeowners, all property owners, they don't see an increase in their for the bond. There may be some other tax rate, but not from us. Is that clear? Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes.
That goes with this a little bit. The bond that we're looking at, we would not. Am I accurate in saying that in 2028 is the first time we'll be able to touch any of that money? And has Measure E money already been used up? Those other bonds?
Good question. So multiple things there. BB is the only bond we have that has remaining authorization. So BB has additional bonds we could issue, about $9 million in additional bonding authority. So we could go issue $9 million of bonds under that authority. That's built into this projection, so that the assumption that we will issue BB is built in there. We will be able to access a new bond measure once it's approved by the voters. It will just, the structure of the payments may be delayed out further. So this would structure repayments because the tax rate is built off repayments. So your actual debt service payments is what triggers the tax rate. And so by structuring the bonds to pay off later, we can access money earlier. So we would be able to access money. As soon as we issue bonds, we'd be able to go through the process and issue bonds and be in receipt of bond dollars and begin projects. The repayment may be delayed a year or two because it's structured that way. Because it's not like a typical mortgage where you get in, you start paying debt, you get in, you sell the bonds, and the coupons on those bonds, those maturity dates, may not be the first 6 months or 12 months. It may be 3 years out.
So that doesn't necessarily reflect the money available to be spent. It's how we have to spend it. The bond itself, we have access to the funds.
Correct.
So it's like delaying your payment on a car. You bought the car, you have the car, you're not making your first payment.
Right. This is a graphic showing the impact to taxpayers, not the structure of when we would issue the bonds. But we could put that together as well to show that too. The thing with this potential measure that we're talking about at this proposed tax rate extension, this model would allow us to have authorization of $359 million. So we wouldn't access all 359 on the front end, but we could access a portion of it so that the debt service payments eat up that 8645. Questions? Anything else?
Just to be clear, yeah, Measure K and Measure E, all those funds have been drawn.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So they've been used.
They've been used already.
We're paying for that.
I'm just saying, they've all been going to work. We've got buildings and so forth because of that, and I'm just paying off the balance.
Anything else?
Measure K falls off 2029.
Yes. Yeah, you can see Measure K is really at the tail end, last few bonds there being paid off. And Measure E is here. So we could, if we were in an interest rate environment where we could restructure or had the ability to refund those bonds, we theoretically could. This close to the end of their life, you just let them run out because there's the issuance costs and everything else that would go with a refunding. All those costs you'd have to pay to do that, it wouldn't be, I don't think it would pencil out. Unless we were in like all of a sudden in a 0% interest rate environment, then it may pencil out to make sense. But at this point, the strategy would be just let them fall off. Many of our bonds, we took advantage during the last decade or so before interest rates went up, and many of our bonds are issued at a very low tax or interest rate, which helps, again, lower that tax rate for our community. Any other questions on bond finance? I know this is a great topic after lunch, so I appreciate you guys powering through it. All right, well, if other questions come up, especially from our board members, you guys know where to find me. And I'll put the questions you gave me this morning, Eleanor, I'll make sure those get circulated shortly, and then I think it will add them to the FAQ actually as well. Yep. Yep, there are some fantastic questions, so we'll get those built in. All right, I'm turning it over to our matching funds and project priorities team here. I warmed him up for you.
Thank you. Hi. My favorite topic, state funding. I'm going to do this a little bit out of order, though. Oh, wait. That's the one I want. So I think I'm going to start with the history of state funding in California and the school facility program. And the reason I want to start here is because I think then we can sort of move into what Proposition 2 meant. That's the last bond that we passed in 2024. All our voters across California said, yes, we believe in state fund. Oh, am I not loud enough? I feel short. the voters across California said, yes, we need funding for school facilities. So I wanted to start there. I also wanted to show how this program has started 25 years ago. So a lot of the buildings that were built in Murrieta are now, if they are now eligible for funding, or across California, a lot of the school facilities that started in this program are now eligible for round 2 funding and for modernization in this state, which is pretty extraordinary. Let me go back now. So the priority for under this Proposition 2 in California was really about modernizing overage facilities. We have a lot of overage facilities in this state. That was the main driving force for our voters to come out and vote yes on this prop. The other things that were important were CTE, so your career technical education, very important to the voters across California. And then the third thing that was important, let me just look down, make it easier for you guys to hear. The other thing that was important that's not up here were TK. TK was very important for our voters as we have more students coming in at a younger age, and in some school districts, not yours, the first time that these students have been in public school. So modernizing those facilities as well. I think the main thing that we want to talk about here is talking about how the costs benefit our district. So it's not just coming from your bond dollars. The state is matching those dollars for your community, and the participation by this augmenting your bond dollars and getting more funding back into your community. All right. So how is I think the other slide too that I didn't talk about is the main pots of money for funding in the state are modernization and new construction. What we're really here to talk about today is modernization. That's what mainly your schools are eligible for. As you've seen when we're going through that exercise, when we're seeing how much state funding is available, that's what we're looking at, is that 60% from the state that you can get for your school projects. And what does that mean? Well, modernization for a school site is based on the age of the facility, so a permanent facility at 25 years of age, which is 25 years from the date that DSA approved that project. And for portables, it's 20 years. It's also based on the enrollment of that school at the time that so once the school site is eligible for funding, at 25 years, what the enrollment is of that school. And then the state throws another little nuance in there and it locks that school site. We call it a picture in time. That's that last piece up there. So once you establish eligibility to school site for modernization, it's locked in, the number of buildings on that school site and what the enrollment is at that school site at that start time. And you do not lose eligibility based on declining enrollment. That's what the state was trying to do there. And how you establish eligibility, and this next slide is going to kind of walk you through that with some examples. It's based on, again, the enrollment, and then you need the inventory of what buildings are on campus and the year that they were built. So we're going to walk through one. This is Vista Murrieta. This school site is just coming of age. So based on the age, so the DSA date, plus you'll see it's 26 years because they add a year for construction. So Building A, their DSA approval date was in 2001. So in 2027, 4 of the classrooms on that site are now eligible, and we can establish eligibility at that school site. The portables, the South Portable at the bottom, that one won't come of age until 2035. So when you're looking at that funding piece, the state funding on the website, that's why it's showing out farther. So when you see in 2027 a whole bunch of eligibility, And then you see in 2031, more eligibility. That's as the buildings are coming eligible for funding. The next one, and you guys can jump in with any questions too, because I know this is a complicated subject. For Murrieta Valley, we already established eligibility at this school site. So, as you can see, we also, I was trying to see, the building A, if you're looking again at your spread at the website, that's why we're getting more eligibility coming back to that site in 2026. It's because those 12 classrooms that were not of age when we established eligibility at that school site are now of age, and they're generating funding for that site. Does that make sense, Cross? No questions. Yes? Yes. Those classrooms, yes. Yes. Those 12 classrooms. That's why it's going up again.
Out of curiosity, law passes this year. If we start working on a project later and other classrooms become eligible, would we start, the bond and eligibility aren't the same?
No, they don't. No, they don't mix. No.
If you have the money, you start the project on that year, then you're eligible to get money from the state too.
Yes. So the modernization program is a reimbursement program. So in fact, like for example, our previous example, you can, even though the site is not eligible at this point, once we establish, we can actually retroactively go after projects that you've already done at that school site and start bringing funding into the school district as a reimbursement for the projects that you've already done before that campus was even eligible. And then when you get that reimbursement back, so it is per site, but once you get that reimbursement back, you can use that funding that you're getting back as reimbursement for any other campus.
So do we have that? Just out of curiosity, sorry.
Yeah.
Are there things we could get money back that we've already done?
Yes. Well, I can't say that for sure. Jose would be better at that, but if you... So it's kind of a rolling thing. So that as you complete projects, you submit those projects, you get the funding back in 3 years, then you use it on your next project. Does that make sense? Yes. I think we're moving on unless there's any other questions about this. The main things that you need to think about is that it's per site that's generating the funding. You're not going to lose funding as you have declining enrollment. That's not going to happen. There's, in some of our campuses, you'll see second round funding coming in. That would mean that we've already modernized that site, but we've already passed now another 20 years or so forth, and then you can get funding again back from that on that school site. Yeah. Yes. So the way that the funding works is based on is based on the construction cost index that the state uses. So they use Sierra West as their basis, and then they give you, and it's not in the slides, it may have been helpful, a base grant. And it's times that base grant. It's not really based in reality, so how much that project's actually going to cost. It's based on how much eligibility you have at that school site times the base grant, and that's how much funding you get. Yes?
So if we're doing a project at it's the same, similar project, same number of classrooms, same eligibility profiles, and everything, the eligible funding, you would end up with the same reimbursement regardless of how much it costs us or eligible funding.
That's correct. Yes. It's across the state, from San Francisco all the way to San Diego, the same base grant. Doesn't matter where you are.
Which prevents districts from being a fine, like they do a really expensive project, they
It's all the same. It's right, 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 exactly. It's not based on where you are in the state or how much you're actually spending. That's correct. Does that answer your question, Jose?
A little bit of just, I know at Valley, the formula you used was the number of classrooms, which is 102.
Right.
Times the formula gets you a base grant.
Right.
Multiply that base
Okay.
grant. That's how you get to the 22 million at Valley.
So it's the formulas. What the state is really looking at is, and it's kind of a funky term. They use unhoused pupils. So a pupil in a classroom. So they're looking at the number of classrooms on that school site and how many students are going to that school at the time that you establish. So if they have a seat, they're housed. So in modernization, we're like, that's the main way if you have more students than you have seats, you tend to get more eligibility. If you have not as many seats in that school, but you have a lot of eligibility, that's where the formula kind of mixes how it comes together. And it's all done on a form called the SAB 5003. And all of those calculations are all mixed into that formula. And then the other thing you have to think about is that modernization funding cannot be used on any growth project. So in a lot of the scenarios that we've been talking about today, we're talking about replacing portables. Because you're replacing a classroom for a classroom, that's an eligible modernization expense. That is not a new construction. In this state size, that's not new construction. So that would be, so if you've had 14 classrooms on a school site and you replace it and you put 16 classrooms, those 2 classrooms we can't get funding for under the modernization program.
Based on that formula, that's why you get the big difference between this and Valley and why this is more eligible money because they have 1,000 more kids.
They have more kids. They have more kids, they have more classrooms, they get more funding. Exactly, yes.
Is it like the likes of every year, let's say, Eagle or eligible 28? If we remove those portables, do we have to build right there? Or
No.
do we build 5, whatever we put in the classroom somewhere else on campus?
It does not have to be right there. It has to be part of that one project that you submit, but you can put, that's up to the district's discretion as to where it is. Yes, right. They're looking at square footage for square footage. There is a little bit of nuance there that if the school is older and DSA requires larger hallways now, so if there's some code built in, then you can get a little bit more, you still get funding for that additional square footage because they do understand that you have to follow code in California.
And to tap into the new construction money, we have to actually show growth at that school, right?
Right, so new construction is very different. New construction has to do with the same term, unhoused pupils. New construction is district-wide though. In Murrieta it is. There's another way to look at it, and that's by high school attendance area. So if you're having a lot of growth in one part of your school district and not so much on the other part of the school district, district-wide, it may not look, you may not get as much new construction eligibility, but if we break it down by high school attendance area, then you may get more you may find that you have pockets of funding because you don't have enough seats or classrooms for the number of students that are coming into that area of the district.
So you snap a picture of our district right now. So they're only eligible for modernization.
That's correct. Yes. And that's a completely different set of funding from modernization. The pots of money, like we saw on the bond breakdown with Leroy Green there, who started the whole program in 1988. They're thinking mostly about the number of seats for the students. Yeah. And this is actually, in 2024, was the first time that the state funding program has changed since in 25 years, where we've added supplemental grants to allow for TK funding specifically. Minimal essential facilities, which would be your gymnasiums, your multipurpose rooms, your libraries, your administration areas, those facilities that augment or are required to have a full school campus. Some of the older schools, and not so much here in Murrieta, but in other parts of the state, they didn't have a library, let's just say. So allowing school districts to have some augmentation to that base grant in order to get those facilities that are required for a modern school. Do you have any? I think we're going to move on to an exercise. Unless there's some more questions about this, because this is kind of key to our next. Wait, let me make sure. Is the next one me? No, it's yours.
All right. Are you guys ready for some fun? Oh, yeah. So what we want to do is take what she just shared and start to make it come to life a little bit. The task that we're doing is not necessarily 100% realistic, but it allows us to start thinking about how do you capture those additional dollars from the state to maximize not only our projects, but also to get those matching funds. And so while we spent the morning really ranking what projects we felt where the community had the highest interest, our staff had the highest interest, we had the highest interest from the district level. What may change is when you start to look at what the matching dollars do, you might end up adjusting not even so much what gets done, but the order in which it gets done. So the timeline may get adjusted. So we have a little bit of a game, and this game has prizes. Actually, I didn't really each take one of those cards. I'm just saying, Starbucks is on the line, and we have gift cards to the winning table.
Everybody gets a Starbucks card.
Everybody at the table. Yeah, every table gets a tag. This activity is going to take
So we
place
take one,
in.
and how does this work?
Everybody's very excited about these cards, so I guess I'm going to let you guys distribute those cards. But you don't need the cards just yet. So if you could,
So we all
hands
have to
down,
stack.
eyes up on me, I appreciate that.
We're motivated.
I
by
love
caffeine
how
at
Rich
this
Ryan is
point.
ready to learn. I like how James is ready to learn. All right. So what you guys are going to be doing is prioritizing the
Until he's
projects
elementary.
and which projects you're going to defer. So you have 3 rounds to do this.
You say that to
Each
my
person, you have a representative from, is it DLR, that has the spreadsheet. And there are 3 rounds in the spreadsheet. And when you input the project and the total amount, you're going to input the matching dollars percentage. And it's going to calculate for you how much is going to roll over into the second round. So think about it in sort of like waves of projects. Now, the winning team, in order to get the Starbucks, you are going to win by delivering the highest number of total projects throughout each of those phases. So let's say in the beginning you completed 5 projects. Those 5 projects, they generated enough funds in round 2 to complete 10 smaller projects. And those projects generated enough funds to complete 8 more projects.
I'm getting ready to cut off. Okay.
So your team generated 23 projects versus another team felt like these things were more important and they ran out of funds a lot sooner. You'll notice quickly that this game could go on forever and ever, that we could go round 4, 5, 6, 7, but what we're going to do is you'll start to see in rounds 1, 2, and 3 that by shifting the order of projects, you can generate more or less matching dollars. So to get the Starbucks, you have the highest number of total projects that are important to our community, the smallest sample. You have $100 million to spend. You cannot spend more than that. Tell your neighbor real quick, how much money do you have to spend?
100 million. Okay.
Now, each project on the cards that you have a different amount of percentage that the state will match to generate more funds.
Okay.
So you need to be able to
60,
explain clearly
50,
your strategy to
0.
maximize that $100 million. Question.
Okay.
Are each set of cards different?
We all have the same set of cards. Exact same. The way that you arrange them may look different than a different table group. But the table group that gets the most amount of projects completed
Oh, the most
wins
number, the
Starbucks.
public for low numbers.
Are you guys ready? Does everybody understand the task?
3.
Let's start one. We're going to do
So
it over.
essentially, you get rid of all the projects that
Round
you just
one.
match.
Does everybody, let's do a check.
That's the first thing
Eyes
you
up.
do.
I found 4
Does
that
everybody
add
have
up to about
their
100,000 with
spreadsheet up?
60% match.
It's just a game.
But we want to win.
So let's get our
So,
spreadsheet.
This
so
is
like these
coffee.
are Thompson modernization, no state match out.
Yeah, I threw all
Replace
those
solar
out.
panels out.
Vista,
New Performing Arts Center
Murrieta,
out.
Dorothy, and Thompson.
And who is your person that's going to share? Do you have the spreadsheet up? Okay. So what we're going to have you do is share it up on the screen so that they can all see the. Oh,
Yeah, because we
okay.
have a top team.
Jose's concerned about cheating.
We won our
But
Starbucks.
I know Murrieta better than that. We won't do that.
So he wants a high number of projects that add up to 100 million.
So
Well, this one has 4 that add up to about that.
yeah, but the thing is though, like if you take the Rail Ranch one, right? It's 50 million, but you get 60% reimbursement.
Everything I have in my hand is 60%.
I just want to give you a quick example. You have in your spreadsheet. Ryan Chitwa, can you look at me, please? Jose, can you look at me, please? So when we look at these cards, I see that
He's such
in
an
that
elementary
Murrieta High
teacher.
School, I chose modernization and renovation for $99 million.
High school kid would
I'm going to
swat
use
you.
up in round one
Here's another
my $100
one.
million. But I get 60% of that to carry to round 2. So I'm going to now take $60 million to start doing projects in round 2. You have 3 rounds to get the most amount of projects complete.
Okay,
And the winning team,
ready. I found some low 60% ones. 12,000. Oh, that one's too high. Here's one for 13,000.
you can do as many projects in round 1 as
5,000.
you get paid for with the $100 million.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
So right now we're just gonna go with the least.
We're going for numbers. Okay. Alta Murrieta, 13 million. Vista Murrieta, 5 million. Okay. So these are the lowest.
Real quick, everybody understands that the funds only carry down. So if you have matching funds, you can't spend anything.
What? What? Okay, I just got thrown off. What does that mean? Okay.
So we could lose the first round, hypothetically, because you don't have as many projects. Because you spend 50, but you are getting 30 million back. That then gets rolled over to the second round. So you might then win the second round because you're going to have more state-funded. Correct. Correct. Correct.
I'm going to put James in charge.
All right, James, just tell us the answer. What do you want us to do?
Well, there's most of them are 60%. I assume we want the ones with the lower amounts for 60%. I trust James too. Okay, so 50-50. And we'll do the ones with 0 last from the matching
Yeah, they're out.
funds.
The
I already got
0,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
those
they're
are
out. And then there's one at 50%. Everything else is 60. Okay.
So the price tag might be higher, so you're going to switch back from there.
think we'll win because we have James at our table.
If he says the answers.
But he wants to Starbucks part too, right?
Tell me, Murrieta Elementary, 62 million, plus the Dorothy Malcolm remaining 37 million, it would be like right at
100 million.
Make it 60%. We get that 60%.
To the second round.
Second round.
And then win the second round.
And win the second round.
Is the winner the most projects over 3 rounds? But it's for 3 rounds, it's not my round.
No, we have James at our table. We're good.
You'll probably lose if you go with that strategy, though. Because you're only going to get maybe 3-4 projects in the second round on the 60 million. Then that's going to turn into 36 million. Then you only have 36 million for the last round. Correct. You have to almost get rid of the big projects.
Maybe I should text my son, the actuary. Make sure we win. It's too complicated to text.
Right.
I got a 62 to start with, and a 37. You guys are the project, that's 2 project round 1, but they're big ones.
It's going to generate 60 million, and then you only have 60 million for the second round.
60 million second round, we can do a 53 million Vista, and another.
Yeah, but we're going to lose. We're only going to have 3.
53 and another one. So
The goal is to win, right?
So each round, so we're going to, and we're at 60, with 60%.
The first round, you guys go to small. So here, just start putting.
So put a bunch of small that's what I originally did, and people said it.
You got to go low.
I don't know.
Then we're going to go here.
Okay, there's the 54.
We got to go all the little ones. If we're trying to win the game,
There's the 5 million Vista Murrieta.
that's so you can buy something.
That's what I started out at, and then I got derailed. Okay. This is 25 million.
Hey, I'm going to keep, we should probably keep like the
47
5 million
million.
for the end.
52 million.
For the end, so you can actually do something. So actually, you know what? Keep this one out. This one in. Let's keep like these 2, the 2 lowest ones we keep for the last round. So you can actually do something. So then if you start going in with like 22 million. James. Well, if we keep the 5 and the 12 for the last round, then we can do something with them with the overages. Okay, we'll give them that. We got Warm Springs modernization 22.
So far, the middle school has the highest amount of projects and the highest amount of carryover in round 2. Middle school.
It's 25. It's the next lowest. What we got? So 39. So we can go like this. These two will get us right there.
Or Dorothy McElhaney for
Remember, you can use these no match in the second round.
37K.
That's a good point. No match last round. It's a good idea. Yeah. Actually, he had a good point. If you save the no match for the last round, then you could use the lower ones.
25,000. 25,500.
How much?
Yeah, everything's over or way under at this point.
25 million?
Yeah, we have Alta.
3 projects. Yeah, but you can get 3 projects. But you're still getting your project number. We're gonna get 7 projects in here. We got 7 for 100.
You guys are getting close to the end here.
We still have 10,000. Put in Vista, Murrieta. Yeah.
you scroll down, it'll show you that 58 million. Let's scroll up a little bit. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there you go. So you can look at round 2 as its own section, and you see how much money you have and how much you're spending.
Like it.
I'm getting lost here. Okay, so that's one that we've used. Vista, the 53,000.
This gets tough. Yeah, you gotta go state match 60%.
Thompson, 20,000. Mason, 15.
We got a third. This is 50. How many? We already used these, the little ones right here. We didn't use all of these ones. Yeah, but we're gonna not be able to get a third project, and then we won't be able to get close to the 58 million.
What about Warm Springs?
We need to go back to round 1. Get rid of the small project, the no state returns. We got to take those out of the first round. We can go all the way to a 27 because we had $1 million to. Yeah, that's the closest we're going to get. So we take those out, we get to closer to 100 million. This is. If you take the 2, if you take the 13 and the 13 out. Oh yeah, the 27 too. We were just letting them get to that point by themselves, right? It's a facilitation model in education, James. It's called make the group think it's their own decision. Because 50% reimbursement.
Middle school is at 10 projects, elementary's at 11 projects.
28. Yeah, we got the project we wanted.
hold on, we all know James likes to build the reserve. But he's not gonna spend that money.
All right, guys, as you start to come back and make those final decisions, I want you to think for a moment about how this task and the state matching funds may shift the priority of projects. Think about what we did this morning when we were ranking projects. Knowing this information now, does it start to shift what actually comes first and second and third? There are times where as a community member you might look at something and go, that's weird. Why would they have done this project when obviously this needs to be done? But then after participating in this, you realize we couldn't do those projects without completing this project first. And so while this was a fun activity, it really does highlight the very real part that these matching funds play in the way that we prioritize our projects. But now the part that you guys actually want to hear, elementary, how many total projects? Well, they're not sure. I don't know that I'm comfortable with, okay, they need another minute. How about you guys? Middle school is at 11 total projects. And they have a remaining balance. How about you guys? We have 11 with 15 million in reserves. What about you guys? You have 11 with what? 3 million reserve. And you guys have what?
I think we won.
All reserved back to the students.
Phase four, we won.
2 million in reserve. So every group has 11, but high school takes it with the largest amount to carry over into round 4.
This was our true motivation.
James, I'm not giving.
Put a public request form in first.
James, I'm taking the credit. We did 4 shifts right last week. Ask him. Made it happen. Yeah. You hear that? Yep. Good job, team.
Have a Starbucks collection.
It's none of the projects we actually want, but
We won the Starbucks cards. That's what matters.
exactly.
There we go. As we were talking and watching and listening all that go on, the reality of the decisions, like that activity, we didn't take into account the prioritization that we had done before, right? That only goal was how many can we get done with $100 million and with the state matching process. All of that we will have to fold into the decision making of the district and the board collectively in the coming years. Once we get this on once the board approves this measure to get on the ballot, some of this work will start right away to start thinking about and planning the sequence of projects to maximize the return, have visual representation of the community so people can see those tax dollars at work. And keep in mind, even if we don't draw on this bond for a few years, we have some bond dollars at work already. And we have summer projects with funds that we have right now. And so Jose is going to talk to us about those summer projects and what we've been accomplishing and what we expect to have happen this summer with existing facility dollars.
Wasn't that fun? So this summer's focus was basically on projects that were safety concerns going forward. Over at Murrieta Valley High School, we all understand that the pool deck had safety concerns with the pool deck, so we're replacing that this summer. Actually, the project started, and we've done some work already leading up to the summer grind. Over at Murrieta Mesa, the track, unfortunately, we tried to do some mediation with some of that track that we did some work on last year, but it didn't hold, so we had to pivot, and we're going to replace the track this summer. It's also a safety issue. And at Vista, the turf, it's on its last year of its lifespan, so we need to replace it for next school year. So this year's theme was safety. We're also replacing the fire alarm system over at Alta Murrieta. Again, it's due, and it's a safety concern for us. We've seen the surveys. We've done all these little, leading up to this, we've done the surveys. We've done the facilities master plan. We had these activities today. Based on all the information that we've gathered today, which is a lot, we're going to task each board member, I guess there's 2 of them here, to pick 2 projects that we can use for a potential bond campaign. So of all the projects we talked about today, pick 2 projects, put them on that piece of paper right in front of you, so we can discuss them, they can be used for a potential bond campaign. With the help of your team here. So start thinking about 2 projects out of all these projects that we can highlight to the community
What about
going
the
forward.
science at Murrieta Valley? Do you think that would be high priority for the public?
Sorry.
What it looks like currently.
We're going to highlight them with the rendering
Before and after.
to showcase to the
Before,
community.
yeah.
So here's a rendering from MV showing the new gym and the new admin in the front.
And a second one, what, does he wants us to pick 2?
And here's the rendering for Thompson Middle School showing the new gym, the new 2-story, the new all-weather track, lights,
What
and the
about
stairs and track,
CTE?
allowing the MV
CTE
students to
is
use
very
that facility in the
appealing to
afternoon.
Like the science building and CTE?
No, what we're asking is each board member, each group, provide you with two projects, 2 flagship projects that we can showcase on this piece of paper that we can use for our potential bond campaign.
Science, CTE?
Any level. This is going to be
Yeah, we've been
the flagship projects that we
Been very
campaign on.
focused on high school today. Yeah. We could do, a before and then what it will look like after. That's because that could be done visually, which helps. CTE. Be nice to bring in even more CTE pathways.
And you're thinking of like an interior rendering of the
Well, when they
existing
ask for CTE help, are they wanting to create new pathways, or are they wanting more help with the ones they have already?
Yeah, we try to knock some up just to show you
5-minute mark, 5 minutes.
No, they took the markers. But maybe they want us to post it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, if you guys would put your items on post-it, and then put it on post-it. We lost markers. They were there.
Did the markers go away?
Yeah, nobody was using it.
That's fine.
Just remember, when you're looking at these projects, think about what the surveys, what our parents are telling us, what our community are telling us, and what your professional opinion is telling you.
Hope that doesn't bleed through.
Nick, don't worry about it. So we're going to call you back together, as Joe says, all eyes on me, right? Okay. It's been a great day, really engaged, lots of activity, lots of good thought and thinking that goes about this. All the work that you have collectively, both staff and board members have put in, we've collected all that notes. Our next steps are pretty significant that we have to take. Just real quick, before we move on and close the meeting and then ask to be adjourned, you've seen here the two different renderings that have already been produced, right? In this particular one, you see actually multiple projects in one view. The ability of the rendering is to be able to share with the community the big vision where we're going. And this we see a track, lighting, a new gymnasium, a replacement two-story building, and a staircase that connects the school. And then the MV, the Murrieta Valley one, it's the gymnasium, a new administration building, a new stadium seating area, tower, an entranceway, and so forth. Again, and what these renderings are, they're just they are our architect's first shot at it. We all know that over time the design actually gets enhanced, and what we actually build is going to look different from this first visual image. But we needed a couple of more to consider and have made for us. So I'm going to start over here on this side. Ryan, who's your speaker, wants to talk about your two projects? Is that Nancy or Nick?
I think it was Nancy.
Nick, why don't you share with us? Okay, Nancy.
Well, first of all, we want to put high priority on the science at Murrieta Valley High School. And because we could also have visuals before and after to show the public. And also the welding at Murrieta Mesa High School.
Great. Those are two great projects.
The
Okay.
the lights, right, Nick?
Eleanor,
Combination.
why don't you share with us yours? But a Shavela one. I see SMS for Shavela.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. And then Christine, I know you're working on, you have three. They're great ones too. Go for it. Shade structures. Yeah, somewhere we're going to have to show a shade structure, like our community is all in on that, right? So I know our architects have heard it over and over again, all those meetings, that's important. So we'll have to work those in. These are great examples. So trustees, this is kind of the end of the facilities master plan. Like this is it. We have a website with all that work in there, costs, potential costs, the map, all that data. This is kind of the end of that project. Our next steps are to take all the input from today and create a project list that would be attached to a bond measure that you four would then approve. I've shared before, our intention, our goal is to approve it this spring. That allows a community committee to organize this summer and be prepared to support a bond campaign. If we were to delay the process up to the August deadline, that's a very short runway for a campaign committee to get the job done. So our next steps, and so I'm going to ask you again, I'm going to put all four of you on the spot a little bit, and this is just a poll. Our poll question is, are you prepared for the staff, the district, to proceed with finalizing a project list and the bond language for you to consider, right? Because if you're like, no, we don't want to do this, then we need to stop now. But if you want us to proceed, we need direction. Okay, so Nick, I'm going to start with you. Are you ready for us to take the next step?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's a little concerning, and I just think it's important because, like I was mentioning before, the constituents I deal with are more likely to be against a bond than for. So even on a short runway, and I just want to preface it, because there's a sense that we're going to finagle our way into a bond, that long runway you're discussing is more time to manipulate the public, tricking them, as opposed to just asking.
Yeah.
And but I feel very comfortable moving forward.
Okay.
I think the things we're doing are valid.
Great. Nancy?
I'm definitely comfortable moving forward.
Okay.
I would prefer a long runway to let, people, we're not elected.
Right.
Yeah.
As district and board members, you can inform, but we don't say please vote yes or vote no. You just, Ms. Briggs?
I think I'd like to see, I like where it's going up. I sent those questions to James, and I think Richard was working on some of them. Those are pretty pointed questions that I'd like to see the answers first too, but the direction, yes. I'm for it. I would feel more comfortable to be able to relay the information with those questions answered.
Great. And as questions come up, we're happy to answer them. And so, like, even this morning when you were in your very first activity, I sat with community members and answered questions, right? To have, again, a deep, and they seem satisfied because they're not here anymore, at least for now. So, it's part of answering questions. Ms. Schmidt, are you ready for us to proceed to the next step in developing the project list? Yes. Okay. So, trustees, be prepared. One of our staff members, probably Tammy and or Rhonda, will be contacting you to meet with Darren and or James and or I to review all the things we've gathered today and craft the language and what's going to be on this project list. Because the intention is our next board meeting is like a presentation or here's the first draft of the project list, right? Because that way we can keep on track towards a late spring approval, if that's the timeline we want to go. And we have time to work on the language of what that project is. Yeah?
There was some question, I think early on, they mentioned something about, I heard something about a school, and I think it was someone who was advising or going over. Is there a school going to be on this bottom list?
Like construction of a new school?
Right.
No.
Okay. Just checking.
No, that hasn't been, although there is chatter again from the city about the vineyard breaking ground and they're wanting to talk about a property again with us. That's city leaders. That is not part of our project list that we've discussed once. Everything we've talked about you've seen, and everything is on that website. Not a new school. Okay. All right. I think that's it for our program. You guys have been terrific, fully engaged. Thank you for your day participating. Mr. Pardue, you want to come and adjourn the meeting?
Do I get to speak in the
Yes, officially, all that. Motion and a vote.
I think I have one more comment too for everybody involved. Very interested in starting a foundation too for the district. So I hope that we can explore that in conjunction with the bond so that we can get all the needs of the district met. And the community feels like we're reaching out and finding every funding source possible. With that being said, I'd like to I need a motion to adjourn today's board meeting, which was very successful.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oh, we are adjourning at 2:45 p.m. All right, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Let's go. Aye.